Check, check. Oh, there we go. Evidently, I've been live this whole time. Hey, we've been live this whole time. It's a good thing we didn't say bad things about everybody. Oh, my goodness. Grendel was live. He didn't say anything. My mic stand is falling apart here on the F-hole. You guys have never seen that happen before. I would take donations for a new mic stand, but I guarantee if I have it for 45 seconds, I'll mess it up just as bad as this one. The music you're listening to will be released shortly under my new, what do you call it? Nom de plume. Just sort of a side project name for all this electronic music I'm doing. So the people who are way into the fiddle, don't call me a trader. I don't want to be an instrument trader. Actually, I find people are really open-minded these days about things musical in a way that probably they haven't been in my entire life, and I really like that. I really like that openness to new ideas. So, let's see. Oh, my goodness, I'm peeking out. Check, 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 check. Okay. Interesting. There's a bit of a delay. And my microphone's a little low. Let's see if I can get this right. We're just sinking down. So this is the F-hole usual pre-show, which is me sound checking. The music you're listening to is composed live on the F-hole. It's currently called Clockwork Jungle. I made it 2 or 3 weeks ago live on the F-hole. We'll be making some more music like that live tonight, I hope. But first, let me see if I can get a decent output signal from my Ableton Live. Soon you can see my face too, but one thing at a time. So now that the vaccine's getting more widespread, maybe we'll have interns to fire again here on the F-hole. Ableton Live 11 is out, and I'm dying to get my little greedy paws on it. Okay, check. Get a little more, just a little more volume, a little bit more volume. I'll probably be putting the headphones on, but right now I'm enjoying not having to wear them. Check. I think we're pretty live and wriggling. Here I come, fading through. That's right. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Cameraman, on me. You are watching / listening to Atlanta's best midlife crisis, the one and only F-hole. That's right. You're tuning into the F-hole. Where I make stupid audio effects when I talk about stuff that most people aren't interested in, but probably you are if you're tuned in live to the F-hole. To the F-hole. That never gets old, just like me. Actually, I was just, man, half a century just doesn't seem so epic anymore. 1971 was a big deal when I was born. We went off the gold standard. It's the last year we stood on the moon. I don't know. Some other cool stuff happened in 1971. Anybody else remember? Remember Star Wars? Okay. Let's see if I'm actually live and see if I can view my... Oh, look, I didn't completely zoom through here. Now I'm actually there. Oh, hello, everybody. So, I've got a great show lined up for you tonight. I've got a special guest. I know we haven't done an interview or a guest in a while. Aggressively Relaxing, the YouTube content creator and comic book artist and, actual nerd expert, serious nerd expert, will be joining us here in a little bit, and we're going to be discussing, the state of criticism in the modern world, and as well as his new comic, Suck It Up, Old Man, which is about vacuum cleaners, and I believe we're going to try a little bit of my great conceptual idea, new high score. In this case, hopefully he'll be actually. Let me make sure this is live. Check, 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 check. Okay. Hopefully he will be playing Pokemon Go, which I've actually never seen played. And I will be accompanying it with a live score. That'll be here in about 30 minutes. As soon as I get my Ableton rolling, I'm going to zoom on over to my YouTube and see if I can pop out the chat. It looks like currently there are 0 viewers, so that makes it easy. Ding, 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 ding. Let's see if I can pop out my chat. There we go. That's my live chat, and I'm going to make it pop out. Pop out my chat. So I'm trying to figure out how to actually let people know this thing's going on. That's a work in progress. But to those of you who find your way here week after week, should you show up, thanks for being here. Otherwise, if you're watching this afterwards, well, thanks for watching it then too. I've got my first gigs in forever coming up at the end of the month. I've been trying to prepare for. So that's been a bit of an interesting experiment. And somebody's texting me on my phone. Let me double check my chat and my audio and my phone. And it looks like there's no audio. That's no good. That is no good at all. I am not streaming audio. Why is that? That is not what I want to see. Okay. Check, 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 check. Well, that's no fun at all. Let's see if I can fix something else. Check. Check. So there's an update to OBS, and I get whatsoever. No sound at all. Check, check, check. Checking it out. What have I done wrong? Check, 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 check. No audio. No audio. Why do I have no audio? Let me figure out this wonderful problem in front of, thank goodness there's none of you here. Because I'm getting no audio. You know, this is what I get for trying to integrate Zoom. That's a problem sometimes. Oh, man. Let's see. Check, 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 checking savings and loans. We're here live in the F-hole where nothing's happening. So unmute my audio and go, what the hell happened here, Paul? Check, 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 check. Check. Yes? Oh, that's okay. I've got no audio currently, I don't think. That's a great deal to do with. Let's see. Check, 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 check. Yeah, I got no audio, no audio, no audio. Well, check, check, and check. Check, 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 check. Well, that's no good. No good at all. Huh. That's no good. Let's get rid of Zoom and see if that changes anything. Check, 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 check. Check, check, checking and checking. ending Zoom meetings and seeing if that helps, because sometimes Zoom wants to capture all of my audio. Let's see if I'm getting anything coming out of anywhere, going anywhere at all. Check, 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 check. Oh, weird. You hear me, but I don't hear me. What's going on? Okay, check, check. Okay, well, that's good to know that I'm actually live. I'm just not getting a live feedback here. Okay, if you can give me I'm going to go check something. Well, all right. There I go. Hey, you're listening to the F-Hole live. The F-Hole, the one and the only. Actually, there's two of them on every violin, or viola, or cello, or bass, unless it's a really old one and it has what you call a flame hole. Those come differently shaped than an F-hole, but serve the same purposes. The F-hole is located close to the C bouts, near what we would call the edge of the violin. Fascinating, I say. Fascinating. Well, I've had to disconnect my Zoom, but we are functioning, and somebody already likes this. Thanks for liking it, whoever this is. And hey, Mal, how are you doing? And let's see who else is here. I know my aggressively relaxing can hear me. Our guest for tonight's here. My neighbors said they were going to tune in tonight. That's exciting. Let's see, kind of excitement. Oh, we can get excitement, thrills, and chills. I hung up Zoom because I was having weird audio issues, but I will call you back here in a minute when I'm going. I think just to get things started, I'm going to start building a template here. I just realized people sell their templates on for Ableton Live online. That's very exciting. I want to get Ableton Live 11 as soon as possible. It has MPE support, which is very exciting. And as I say that, Ableton Live is freezing up. Are you really going to do this, Ableton Live? Okay, you're back. Good, good. Software issues. I've got all the back issues of software. So we're going to start with a sound. Yeah, maybe multiple sounds. I found about 7,000 new VST plugins today on a message board, and I was thinking, God, I really need to get like 80 more gigs of plugins because I haven't made it through the ones I have here, and that just means that I need to get more. So some new things I was interested in. I've been making some interesting sounds here. Let's see if we can just get to... I'm going to try to build a palette of sounds here for use with the Pokemon Go play-along new high score we're going to do later. I understand people bet their kids on Pokemon Go, right? Something like that. It's like a deep underground of Pokemon trafficking. That made no sound, did it? What is that then? It's an audio effect track. Okay. So tonight's title is everyone's an expert. I won't say a critic, but it's a discussion that Sean and I were having about how everybody's got something to say about everything, and very often it's the loudest voices in the room. And I'm going to just kind of lay the thesis out there that Sean laid on me today, which was that in music, people are more accepting than ever, which I can kind of agree with, yeah. But that doesn't necessarily apply to other art forms. So if you've got an opinion on that, we'll love to hear it, because I'm going to sling them in. Meanwhile, I'm going to find a good drum kit. Or maybe a bad drum kit. I don't care. I was using this glitch kit a little while ago. Let's see what we got here. This one's got a no, don't use it sign on it that I put. You know that's good. All right, I think we have a drum kit for Pokemon. Yeah, that's definitely... we're just going to have to go. It's called the Takeover Kit. Now we're going to spruce it up with a little bit of a drum bus. A drum bus is something you put on your drums to make them more drummy. Actually, a bus is generally a way of grouping tracks together when you've got a bunch of them and you can kind of bring them in under one roof, and makes mixing easier and applying effects and so forth. But we're going to use the Instant Mayhem drum bus with the Takeover Kit, which we're going to call the Pokemon Kit, because, I mean, let's face it. Oh yeah, that's feeling like Pokemon Go away. A little extra. Well, that's something. All right, we're going to pick a key. Maybe the saddest of all keys, but we'll need an instrument first. Besides that one, we're going to go with something that I've called. I've recently found out that my imitation of Nick Pagan's harpsichord takes up about 80% of my RAM, as it should. But I'm going to try to start with something with a little bit less serious resource use, and avoid that, hopefully that choking out sound I get with Ableton Live when I just kind of exceed my ability to make my computer function. After all, I'm running OBS and Zoom and a video player and Ableton Live. And let's see if we can find something really silly and perfect. Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds really good right there. I know I've been using a lot of my favorite singer, who's going to have some competition soon, because I downloaded a new vocal synthesis pack and I'm going to be messing with it this week. So we might have a competition with Star Beast and a few others. It keeps your band members on their toes to constantly hold auditions for their parts. Let's see what we've got here. Okay, that's all good. We're going to pick a scale, and I think I'm going to go for something really exciting, like a harmonic major. Very good. We've got two sounds all ready to go, and soon we'll be approaching our guest. See, I like to get ready for the guests so they know that I've done all my homework, done a lot of research on aggressively relaxing. I know that the tough questions to ask now. The Pandora Papers came out today. Anybody know about the Pandora Papers? Evidently, they promised to make the Panama Papers look tame. And it involves about 100 different reporters in 100 countries or something like that. There's one from each country. That makes no sense. I think it's data from over 100 countries. It's all about how the rich and powerful hide their money in offshore accounts, probably off-planet accounts by this point. Let me pull up this chat and see if I'm still talking to anybody. You know, that's the thing. If nobody's there, I get kind of weird because then I'm like, why am I talking? But you're both still there. It's a hardcore audience of two. I need you to smash the like button. Destroy the button on your computer or device. I want to see it liquidated. There, YouTube. I said it. I said press the like button. They encourage you to do that. That's what they say in their intro video. You know, you ask people to subscribe and press their button, and then you'll be rich and famous. I'm going to insert a MIDI track. That's right. And on this MIDI track, we're going to put... Oh my goodness, I have whining dogs at my door. Could be there's a problem in the other room. We're gonna get because we're gonna try to go without. Where are you? This is where I mutter a lot to myself. I really meant to keep my microphone up higher so I wouldn't have to keep sinking my chin into my chest. But my microphone stands don't like that. I just want to see if I can get Lexid ready and ready for duty, because I know the second I start playing percussion, I'm going to realize I can't do it as good as Alexid. Alexid is my favorite drummer in Ableton Live. He's actually a plugin, a Max plugin. They've copied him. Oh yeah, listen to that hot beat. Alexid's already, he's very enthusiastic. Alexid's ready to go. Actually, I don't actually know Alexid's gender. I'm pretty sure Alexid's gender is beat. Let's see, Alexid's gonna have to have a different kit though, something really, really special. I think maybe the Protocol X kit. It's not really a kit, it's gonna be especially good. Here you go, buddy. Let's see what happens if you do this, Alexid. I know you're chomping at the bit to play something good for these people. Oh, Alexid. What happened to you? There you go. Alexid's ready for duty. What's going on, puppers? I've got a dog emergency. Well, all right. Alexid, you just hang out there and do your thing. I'll be right back. I'm going to check and see what's wrong with my poor puppies and why they're crying at the door. And let me see. Aggressively relaxing. Are you ready? I'm going to go ahead and get you on the horn. I mean the horn, the speaking horn. Hey, Aaron, how you doing? Mr. Lanternman is here. Hopefully, Aaron's going to be joining me on the 17th here on the F-Hole. I'm going to set up the Atari 2600 when you come over, Aaron. And then everything that makes a noise that I have, that's all that you can press a button on and make music, which is considerable amount of buttons. So if you'll just hold tight, I'm going to grab the Zoom and try to make this call work. You'll probably hear me talking to Sean because I've got my new version of OBS, which is giving me some special repetitive issues like the old one did. But hey, that's not the worst that could happen. And I'll be right back in the F-Hole. I mean, the F-Hole. Hey, Sean. Sean. Hello. Oh, I see you're not connected to the audio yet, I don't think. Whoa, your ceiling looks cool. Check, Sean. Okay, Sean. I see that you are muted, but... Hello, hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Hi.
Hey, thank you so much for having me on.
Hey, thank you. I'm not sure if we're live yet, so I'm sorry, I'm slow with this. These interns, you know how they go. Please say something again.
Yeah, definitely. Check, check, check. I am
Oh,
here and
fantastic! I've got you on your own channel and everything, and now I can even put a filter on you. Oh, this is great. This is better than it was before, somehow miraculously. So, 1 second. I'm gonna put a little bit of a little compressor and a limiter on you. Nice. Okay. All right. Do 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 do. All right. Please speak. Oh yeah. I'm gonna put a little gain on you. Okay. Hello. 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 Hello.
sorry, I was grabbing a drink.
That's okay. I'm gonna grab one too in just a second. I'm gonna be right back. But now I've got a little bit of audio. Just say something else. Okay, I can hear you crunching. That's good enough. So I think we have some live audio here going on. Our song ended. We have these beautiful graphics while I figure out how to make you visible. And I'm going to check the chat and see if we are audible, if we have audibility. That is, as soon as I move it over to the right part of this here. Oh, that's not it. There we go. There we go. All right, there you are. Oh, this is going surprisingly good. Is this the screen you want for yourself? It's kind of amorphous and nice.
I'm gonna put my vacuum.
Okay, the vacuum is a good idea. Okay, there you go. Oh, fantastic. Okay, give me just a second to make this the size I need it, and exit full screen. That's what I want to do. Okay. Do do do. Now I go back over to here, and I can make this larger. Okay, you're gonna look fantastic. That's a really great picture. Okay. So everybody, this is the sound of our sound check, because you know as well as I do that this is one of the best things about the F-hole is you get all of the ins and outs of listening to a non-professional sound check as it happens, like behind the scenes. Okay, what is this guy? Okay, there we go. Window capture. We're gonna try something brand new. We're gonna make it even bigger. Come on, you can make it bigger now, can't you? Yo, you just not gonna make it bigger, transform. Oh well. We're just gonna make it as large as possible. So yeah, just getting the windows from these plugins is sometimes just an odd thing. I just want to say, I wish I could just see you, but this is going to be great. I think we're going to be great.
Are we live right now?
I think we're live right now. At least our voices are. I think they're just seeing like a fluttering sort of flower thing that I made, but I could be wrong. Okay, we're about to see this. Okay, we're transitioning over here to the exciting. Whatever it is, here we go. Media source. Let's see. Hello, 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 hello. We're live on the F-hole, I think. Whoops. Let me see if you're live. might have to do advanced audio properties. And I'm going to have to go pick up my cell phone and find out if we're live. What happened? Where'd you go? Your vacuum cleaner went away.
That's weird.
I think I minimized. There it goes. That's back. Okay, we're back. Just don't touch it, Paul. All right. Let's see. I'm here with Sean, a.k.a. Aggressively Relaxing, and that's the cover of his new comic book, Suck It Up, Old Man. Oh, which just went away again. Why did your comic go away? There, it came back again.
That was my fault trying to mess with the setting. Yeah, this is the comic I made. Suck it up, old man.
Fantastic. Now, hey, hold that thought for just 1 second, and I'm going to make sure that we're getting audio.
Check. 1, 2. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
I don't think you're coming through.
People aren't hearing me.
No, they're not hearing you. But I'm gonna make that change. Don't you worry. Let's see. I'm sure there's a great way to do this. Okay, we're gonna go to Media Source 4, and we're gonna make sure that you're going.
Hello.
Gonna go to the monitor only and see about that. Say something.
Hey, can you guys hear me? Hello. I'm happy to be on the F-hole. Hello.
I think. Oh, I hear you now.
Excellent. I'm so happy to be here. I hope the whole world...
I think actually, I'm so far. I realized they've been able to hear you, so I'm gonna.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. Well, this is part of being on the F-hole. Let me turn off you and my phone behind me.
Yeah, we're getting feedback from Evil Sarah in the chat right now that we can be heard. Hey, everybody.
Fantastic. Well, you're here live on the F-hole, and my special guest is the author of the comic book you just saw, Sean, a.k.a. Aggressively Relaxing. He has his own YouTube channel and has been doing content on YouTube for how long now?
I don't know, like years at this point, right? Over 2 years. I have started officially doing my show that I try to keep up on, where I make fake radio from the world of the Marvel Universe. It's every single week, crazy things happen in the comics. I read it and I think what would it be like to live there? And then make kind of joke content from the atypical radio host that you hear.
Yeah, you do this kind of like a 1930s radio play.
I've done all sorts of different things. I like to make music. There was one we did where it was a metal song, and in the world of the Marvel Universe, they have many different devils. You have Mephisto. You have just the devil. You have Sotor. You have a guy named Murray. There's all sorts of people. I'm trying to think of the other guys, like Hellchild. There's the list goes on and on. If you look up Wikipedia of Marvel Devils, you're going to find 30 names. So I made a metal song about the difficulties of being a devil worshiper, because you don't know which one to do. We want to worship the devil, but...
the rich devil. It reminds me of one of my favorite lines, one of the only recognizable lines from a Goblin song. They did all these Italian horror film soundtracks and some of my favorite stuff. But there's a soundtrack to a movie called Suspiria. It's one of my favorite soundtracks of all time. And there's a part in it where most of the lyrics in this, if you can call them lyrics, are a guy going la 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 la. But at one point they go, "It's a witch, but which witch is which?" And that fills me with childlike fascination and glee.
Now, how long is the song?
Oh, like 15 minutes, and it has one of the best worst transitions to a break ever. Um, I highly recommend Goblin. I've actually got it on vinyl. If you're ever over here, we can play it in glorious work. I saw them on their first North American tour, and they were in their 70s, like a couple of years ago. They finally
That's
made it
great.
over here.
I'm always interested to hear any band that you would recommend. That reminds me of the Pink Floyd song "Be Careful with That Axe, Eugene."
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's like also like 8 minutes long. It's just like a bunch of like just a sonic wall. It's a sounds and noises and voices, and finally halfway through, like 4 minutes into it, you hear someone whisper, "Be careful with that axe, Eugene." And then a woman yells, and then the music gets even like louder and crazier, and that's the the lyrical content of the whole thing, and it goes on for after that for another 4 minutes.
Nice. I liked. I think my favorite early Pink Floyd song was "Get Your Filthy Hands Off My Desert." Actually, that was Roger Waters' era, but it was hilarious to me. Um,
Get your filthy hands off my dessert or desert.
Desert, get your filthy hands off my desert. Yeah, it's just that's the only lyric. A guy's just yelling it in the middle of it. But then, gosh, I did a cover. Used to do a cover of "See Emily Play" by Pink Floyd.
That
Um,
was the song "See Emily Play."
See Emily Play. Yeah, that one. Boom. It was old Sid Barrett era, old Pink Floyd. I don't remember if it was off
Yeah,
Adam
all those
Hart Mother or
albums,
what.
all the albums that I listened to like twice when I was 19 to be like, no, I gotta say I heard it.
Well, I'm ashamed to say I didn't really realize there were the big difference between Sid Barrett and Roger Waters till my friend Jeff Holtzclaw was like, no, no, listen to this, it's Pink Floyd. I'm like, no, it's not. Who's that weirdo? uh,
I
but
was really
no,
lucky with Floyd. I grew up next to a guy. His name was Adam Lewis, and he was a wonderful bassist. I think he still plays like gigs and stuff. So he was just obsessed with Pink Floyd. So when he moved to the neighborhood, we started playing music together, and I got an education. So like, that's what I mean. Like I've definitely heard. Um, was the song you were just saying? Play CC.
see Emily Play.
See Emily Play. Thank you. See, I definitely have heard it. I know because it's been forced on me, but it didn't stand out. I guess like be careful with that axe, Eugene.
Yeah, it was. I don't know. It was somebody. A couple people I knew like they liked it. So, I was definitely the person with very kind of not broad musical taste. I just like if it was in my brother's record collection, I'd heard it, and unfortunately, he had great taste in music. Other than that, if it wasn't played on the radio or perhaps for sale at Turtles Music by South Lake Mall, I was completely clueless.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That was my case too. My brother's music taste was luckily good and broad, and I just inherited it.
Oh, Aaron Landerman says if you ask Siri on your iPhone for directions to which, Siri asks which, which sends his son into hysterical laughter. Aaron's got a great kid, and so does Sean actually. Three great kids. Um, which is which? Oh gosh, Suspiria, such a good movie. I mean, really mostly just because of the because of the score from as far as I'm concerned. Other than I'm still a Dario Argento fan. So, Sean, I know you play the drums and so forth, but let's start with your comic book. Now, I understand you did a Kickstarter for "Suck It Up, Old Man," and it was incredibly successful.
It was the most successful Kickstarter about our comic Kickstarter about a vacuum on the Earth. Right, that's what I keep saying.
It's
I
these seminal vacuum. Are you familiar with the story, "The Brave Little Toaster"?
I am. Yes, definitely.
Uh,
And the artwork you're seeing right here is not mine. It's the one piece of the project that I did not do. And this was done by a YouTuber named Comichead84. He's a buddy of mine, and we have similar tastes in comics. He drew me a comic one time just of my favorite character, Mr. Fantastic. So when I was doing my comic, I knew a part of kind of making a comic Kickstarter was having what's called a variant comic. So you have this side, and then here, one sec. I'll get my original copy. But I totally understand why this artwork makes you immediately think of the brave little toaster.
oh, it's my favorite. It's the only other story I can think of that stars a vacuum cleaner.
Yeah, the only other thing that I can think of, yeah, that really, and I know that the brave little toaster exists. Um, I have not like watched it except for like it's been on in the room. I've never actually finished it.
I've never seen a actually seen an adaptation of it, but I read the story a long time ago. Thomas R. Dish, I think, and man, it broke my heart. It was such a beautiful story about loyalty, misplaced loyalty. I mean, made me feel bad for throwing away appliances my entire life.
Hey, that is the problem, right? Like, is Toy Story giving people complexes? Is everyone at home
That's a good
still
question. It's definitely its own subject of discussion because I mean I get attached to things as it's one of the reasons why I have a hard time sometimes with stuff because I have a hard time getting rid of it because I've become attached to it and uh, well there are worse problems to have. I mean the violins are especially hard, but they're always taunting me anyway that they're going to outlive me.
Well, it's virtuous to keep using something too, right? There's no need to get the new vacuum cleaner.
Yeah, I
Celebrate.
saw a commercial about about making quality clothing and wearing less clothing, not buying new clothes all the time. And I thought that's something that needs to happen. I mean, the fashion industry is what it is, but there's this problem with all this excess clothing that we cast off just so we can wear something that looks now or whatever. And it's a
Yeah, like I remember being a little boy and thinking like, well, forks is a bad industry, right? Eventually everyone will have one. And
that is true. What age were you when you realized that?
when I started thinking like forks was a bad thing, I don't know, it's kind of like been an ever-present thought in my head of like I think it's more the inspiration of thinking like as a little boy it'd be very cool to take cars that are old and then putting new engines inside of them. Like something like that I thought would be the future of automobiles, that people would stop buying new ones, that they would always want the old lines. And if you could get your hands on even like a 1980s car and drop a cheaper engine in it, that even that, like retro wise, hipsters everywhere would want to drive,
You know,
82 Hondas just to be ironic with if you could make a affordable, engine that you could just drop into any
there's
old.
something like that happens in our fleet of airplanes in the Air Force. That's kind of interesting because well-designed airframes, I guess aluminum ages really well, but we have B-52s that are flying that flew in the Korean War. And I mean, on the inside, they're all brand new avionics and new engines and all these great advances. They just kind of gut them every now and then and fill the airframe with a bunch of new stuff. But the airframes themselves, some of them have been flying for more than half a century. We have
Yeah,
F-16s that have been flying since the 70s, A-10 Warthogs. It's amazing that like you can have a plane in the air that's 50 years old and it's incredibly useful for its job as a weapon. which reminds me of another story that made me sad. It was called, I believe, Bolo by Frederick Pohl or something, a classic science fiction novel about a giant tank waking up underneath a shopping mall on some world. And it's the remnant of this big war, and it's radioactive, and it's trying to follow its old mission. And the tank's old commander has to come out and tell it to stop, but he dies of the radiation. They die together because it's kind of like his faithful dog from the war. I was a sucker for that kind of thing.
Well, that's immediately a great Twilight Zone tale.
So, hey, do you I notice "Suck It Up, Old Man" went by. Your successful Kickstarter, was that and I understand you raised a great deal of money, right?
Yeah, so when I like why I did this was because I criticize comics. I critique comic books on my show. And I guess, every once in a while, movies and things I make like a video. But if you're going to like critique on something, I always think that you should be able to do it. That's what you bring to the table. Like, oh, I've done this. I can tell you why this is good, or why it isn't good. And different people are interesting when they critique things, whether they're interested in story or just like there's a YouTube guy that talks about different lighting on famous scenes and ones that are particularly good. So it's interesting seeing what people bring to the table as far as their expertise and how they critique something. So I, who have been critiquing comics, have always wanted to make one. And I saw on YouTube, if you search like comics and live, you will find 101 different people out there telling you their story idea and then explaining they need money to make it, and to visit their Kickstarter or one of these other patron programs. And some of it was like very obviously very scammy, like the way it was going on. And the amount of money people were raising in some cases, and maybe even deservedly, was insane, like thousands of dollars to go and make a comic. And sometimes they were raising the money to do things like, I need enough money to find an artist. Like no proof of concept ever being given. So it was like a really interesting kind of scene on in live streams on all sorts of social media where people were trying to collect money for their various Kickstarter projects. So I wanted to lampoon that, as I often lampoon things on my show. Just kind of, I like taking the piss out of things by doing the same thing other people are doing, but badly.
Wouldn't it be cool if there was a weapon called a lampoon, and it was basically, a harpoon with a shade on one end and a light bulb?
A lampoon.
A lampoon, yeah. Sorry, I just have to go there.
That is actually very much in the spirit of the word. So.
Very much. Yeah, so I think your reviews are pretty funny. Can I spill the beans on how much money you raised to make this comic book?
Yeah. Well, here I'll tell the joke. The idea is that I wanted enough money to buy a chicken plate. That was what I would do. If I could raise enough money to buy one chicken plate, I would then release my comic for free. And I gave the link away. You can find it. I'll give it to Paul maybe to put in the comment section of this video here. But I just gave it away for free if you contributed. Once I hit $15, I gave it away, and then and then I sold a bunch of copies subsequently. People liked my campaign and how silly it was, and some people wanted to own the art, specifically the other variant comic. Like I was saying, this was drawn by a friend of mine, and I only made like 6 of those, and they all sold. I ended up selling a handful of copies, and then I gave away the work for free. And some people have said it's funny. Other people say it sucks, but I think they're making a vacuum joke.
that is true. I think it could very well be a vacuum joke. The Oh my goodness, I'm looking for a special input. I keep thinking I'm going to be able to bring you in through the. Oh well, no, one of these days I'm going to route you through these special things. I had a great idea. Would you be interested in narrating your comic book, or I could do audio to it, but I'm worried my audio isn't up to snuff with being able to make your voice sound better. So let's
Let's see
see.
if I can. uh, yeah, like there's a quick walkthrough of like some of the gags from it. It was definitely inspired by things like Calvin and Hobbes and Far Side. Um, because I'm not an artist. That was one of the other jokes I put out when I was doing the Kickstarter. Is uh, I want to set the industry standard for the worst art. That way, when other people are critiquing, they can be like, I was just going into the larger thing that we were going to talk about later about what is like good critiquing. And that's something that kind of irritates me is people, get away with saying something along the lines of, hey, it sucks. So I set out to make a comic that genuinely would suck, as far as drawing. So yeah, we have Suck It Up, Old Man, and then there's my little square character. Um, and I just started drawing. I tried to do a page every single day till I had 24 pages. That's how long a comic is, right? 22 pages of things inside and then a cover. And I went to a company called Kaboom in Florida, and they helped me print my comic. And that's how I did that. But you got to get the size right, which I didn't quite get when I first started. But this is the opening, which is this is a house, and in this house lives a vacuum. It's very old and it has a weird thin cord. And then we see the house our vacuum lives in, and he explains that it's a sacred duty to clean this house. It's a very small, kind of humble home. We see a bowl of cereal spill. He cleans it. He's very happy and content and put back inside his closet. Then we introduce the Roomba, who's come to his home. And we see our vacuum cleaner, our hero, sitting inside his closet. He hears another vacuum cleaning his home. And he hears his human yell, "It's no problem. I'll just get the big one." And that's when he first meets the Roomba, where he says, what the hell? When he finds out that this is now here. Chasing a cat out of here. But yes, what is that stupid thing? Says our hero, Old Man, seeing the robot driving around cleaning. And the robot smugly looks at him as we hear his human say, "I hardly even used the old vacuum since we got the new one." And again, Old Man is closed in his closet to think about having been replaced. Next, we see our hero is again stuck in the closet, and we hear the human talking. "Well, I have to let you go. We're trying to sell the house." "Yeah, I got to get this vacuuming done. I did buy one of those vacuum robots, and it's great for everyday cleaning, but it'll never beat the real thing for a deep clean." And that's when we see Old Man is, pleased with himself now, right? He's, despite having been replaced, we see that this is not, he's a specialty instrument now, the one who really gets the hard jobs done. And Old Man finds pride in his life again. So that's sweet. And next we see that the people that own these vacuums, well, they have a YouTube channel. And it's called Versus. Welcome to Versus, the vacuum edition, where you see they've bought this Roomba to make it compete against its other vacuum. And they say, we're going to find out which vacuum works better, the robot or the old-fashioned push style, today on Versus. And then we see the YouTube video play out. On this hand, we have old fella who can clean stairs, and the robot yells, "But you don't even have stairs." And then you have the robot, the human, explain that the robot has an app that helps it clean. And the robot proudly says, "That's true." To which the old man screams, "But he never even set that app up." And again, old man and robot are mad at each other. Then we see it continue, the comparison. "This old guy is great for picking up pet hair," which robot yells, "He doesn't have a pet." Both vacuums have pros and cons. The world has obviously yet to invent the perfect vacuum. The human laments, leaving his robots there on the table. They say back to him, "He humiliated us on the internet. Who scolds a piece of equipment for other people's entertainment? He sucks so much more than we do." You see, they've kind of become friends now, and from there, the adventure continues.
And it's them against the humans. Yeah. Nice. Beautiful.
Yeah, well,
Beautiful.
we meet Mop, we see other gags as their friendship continues, and in the end, it even gets a little heartbreaking. Okay, like I'll definitely provide a link to the whole page.
Yeah,
It's
yeah. If you
short.
provide a link during this next break, I'm going to throw it up here so people can track down the comic, and also a link to your YouTube channel, which is pretty freaking fantastic. And I have this concept I've been wanting to do, off and on, and attempted a few times here on the FO, which is called New High Score, which is basically where I try to get somebody to play a video game, and while they play the video game, I do a live accompaniment to the video game with the idea that like a medieval troubadour or something, or a guy playing the bagpipes on the battlefield, that their performance on the video game will be better, and it'll somehow make them achieve a new high score, and I get to practice scoring something that's being created right in front of me. But while we set that up, I'm going to take a quick break and play with some buttons here. And we will be right back after one short break here live on the one and only. Oh, geez. Where's my button? Here on the F-hole. That's right. You're here on the F-hole. It could be live, and it might not be. It might not be live ever. It might not be live. You could be living, or you could be inert. You could be inanimate, like a violin with only two holes, one on each side and both shaped like Fs. On the F-hole. On the F-hole. I'm so smooth with these bumpers. Be right back. The song is called Carrion Mound, and it's the closest thing I have to a vacuum cleaner noise. It's about bugs. You're listening to the F-hole. That was a. Oh, there's my phone. Beep, beep, beep. Stop it, phone. Sorry, I'm being texted. And I don't have my phone on mute. On silent. I'm going to kick myself out of the recital hall. So I'm back, Sean, and now I'm going to try to get you in here on the. Let's see how we did this before. I think that's really be a day in the life of a Pokemon trainer. Let's see what's going on here if we're getting it over here. So give me just a second to get this framed right. Yeah, you should be. Oh, yeah, we're live. You will be live right now. Say something.
Hey everyone, I'm happy to
Okay,
be back.
fantastic. We'll double check this real quick. Let me just try to make all of this fit on one screen. I'm just going to go ahead and do it in this mode so you can see all the silliness I'm doing here. So this is a vertical aspect ratio game, basically, and I'm going to try to get as much as possible on here.
Silliness will continue now as we attempt to reimagine music to the Pokemon world as I bring
Yes.
you guys through a day in the life of a trainer.
I'm going to see if I can get a little bit more volume for you. It's a little bit quiet on my end. Ding, ding, ding. Okay.
What about now? Is that better?
Yeah, that's a little better. I'm going to go into the properties here on my end too and see if I can't get you a little bit more volume.
Well, I haven't done all the things, and what we're going to do is we're going to take our Pokemon out of its ball. We're going to feed him and see how adorable he is, and let you play music to that. And then we're going to then take our little adorable Pokemon and throw him into a fight.
Nice. Do you think, I mean, you're a father. I mean, Pokemon teaches you to raise pets and fight them against other pets, right?
Yeah, Pokemon is somehow one of the most wholesome things ever, while also like really mixed message.
It is very mixed message.
It gets like a lot worse the more you get into the game. Like, when you collect Pokemon is the idea of these games. I don't know if you've played a lot of it.
No, in fact, this is something I was about to tell you. I've never actually looked at Pokemon Go. I know it's a funny thing to say. It's kind of a bit of a cultural phenomenon, but it just it never really struck me.
It was a couple of years ago, and I'm one of the few who've kept it alive because, yeah, I've played Pokemon my whole life. Not like really consistently always playing them, but I was there at the beginning, and I've had dabbles of going in and out. And now that, I am a dad, I spend a lot of time bringing my kids for walks. And having Pokemon Go makes walks into an adventure. We have things that we do each day where we go and we try to hatch Pokemon from eggs. We try to catch Pokemon, and we stop. Who is just wonderful. I don't know if you know about Team Rocket.
No, I don't know about Team Rocket. They know there's teams and there's little dojos. Hey, does Pokemon still send you to like Area 51 and stuff to like, and like federal prison and everything to try to get the rare Pokemons, the center of the Vatican and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, there
It's
was that thing that there was supposedly. Now, I cannot give concrete yes or no's about whether or not all of that was real. I do know at some events, I think the only story I know for sure was that there was an event in um, in Pokemon Go that one day everyone was trying very desperately to get this one Pokemon. And people in Washington, D.C. specifically, you have to go to Poke Stops to get certain things. So people were like taking
Pokestops.
pictures of like the White House, apparently, is what it looked like to a lot of people. And that's kind of what gave rise to the news story that Pokemon Go is,
Yeah, they were
no
trying to
matter
trying
what,
to make it
I'm
seem
sure.
like there were secret Pokemons in all sorts of places you weren't supposed to go, and it was now the new reason. I mean, it was pretty much the de facto excuse for burglary for about 3 weeks.
Yeah, they
Uh,
definitely refined it since.
Not like this mic stand. It is not refined at all. It is driving me batty. Okay, so tell me, this is you right here at the bottom of the screen, and you're gonna walk around and
This is
do
my
some
little
Pokemon
guy I've
stuff.
made up. I've given him a mask.
Do you have
He
your
has
sound effects
weird
on?
glasses. Can you hear me?
Uh,
No, here, let me make sure.
Okay. Make sure there's not something I'm supposed to do on my end. Okay. Now I'll probably start getting you.
All right, let's see if we can get one of these little cute Pokemon guys to say something for us, right? So what we're gonna do is, yeah, are you hearing it?
Yes, I'm totally hearing it. Now I'm adjusting you on my screen to get you. All right, now, oh, look at that. I've got you. You're so full size. Now let me see if I can just get you a little bit bigger. I got your whole screen. I'm glad I blew it up a little bit because I was running. I was not getting the full benefit, the full Monty, the full Pokemon. Okay. So proceed to play away. I don't know if I might, if you talk, I might be playing over you or whatever. But I'm going to just start accompanying this with some custom
Well, on
Pokemon
our little
music.
Pokemon adventure, what we're gonna do is we're gonna pull out our Pokemon friend, and it's gonna be very happy and nice. And then we'll see if we can get something more dramatic to happen. We'll just let you, yeah, play some great music over that. I'm really
All
looking
right. Well,
forward to
I'm going to just take it easy
it.
here. I got to get some sounds up. You just go on about it. Feel free to narrate if. I apologize in advance if you're not audible over the noise.
Well, first, what we're doing is I got my little guy here, Evie, and what I'm trying to do with him is get. You can see in the top left corner that he has 3 hearts. I'm trying to get him to 4 hearts, so we got to see if we can get him to come out and play with us first. So let's give him a treat. We're just gonna do a quick treat so that we can get him out here and being with our friend. See, you gotta get the little guy. You gotta get his. You kind of gotta convince him to come out and hang out with you with the library. And now we got him. All right, let's go walk around the neighborhood and see if we can find someone to battle. Any minute, my Pokemon friend will appear with me.
Yeah.
you've done. You saw me get beat and triumphantly come back and win the last second with my little bird fella in the second round. I told a mini Pokemon story with the help of policymakers.
It's all part of my Pokemon fantasy. Do we need to vocoder this? I was just about to get to my sweet bird noise for your little bird guy. I think I've got just the thing for the bird. You're gonna have to play another round.
Look, you see this? That's fine by me. You see this Pikachu?
Yeah.
Brand new. I've never seen a Pikachu before that had like, oh, now he's left.
He's a wild Pikachu. It said a wild Pikachu.
Yeah, you gotta, well, that's what always happens. You go out here, it's a wild whatever has appeared.
Oh, I see. It's wild because it hasn't been captured yet.
I was really hoping, it's so funny. Like, normally, Team Rocket shows up immediately in their hot air balloon. And for whatever reason...
Are they sort of your arch nemesis or...
Yes, they're the one who's always after your hero. There's been a couple different heroes in the Pokemon universe. And Team Rocket, or a variation of them, is always trying to get them. But the best version of them is Jesse and James, who... They might be brother and sister. They might be a open relationship couple. They might just be friends. We're not really sure. But
they're connected somehow.
And they have a cat named Meow.
Can you hear the music?
Yeah, I can. As I'm really enjoying
good.
Playing along.
Do you want to do one more match? I'm going to make this one really dramatic. What's the most dramatic thing that happens in Pokemon? The death of your Pokemons?
Well, yeah, I was really happy just now that I was able to show first me get beat and then come back and win a round at the last second.
Nobody likes it when you're too
good. With my bird, my last little character. But I don't know if I'll be able to deliver on such a perfect, dramatic Pokemon game as that.
Well, I'm gonna get another great sound.
I was really hoping bad guys would show up.
We're gonna make them show up. I'm gonna play something so scary and just totally. Let's see if I can find something really. This will be good. This will be definitely gonna make something bad show up.
Really, just a YouTube show where I explain Pokemon to someone who doesn't know what it is would be fun.
It would be interesting to try to explain. I mean, it's explainable. I get, it's going to go down in history. It's sort of really the first augmented reality game to have much traction, I think. I guess technically it's augmented reality.
Oh, here's look at this Pokemon that showed up. Oh yeah, that's some good battle music. Alright, let's do this. Alright, let's go Master League. I'll use my most powerful Pokemon. Let's see if I get embarrassed. First, I need to revive my most powerful Pokemon. I need to give him the Hyper Potion. There. Now with his full strength, we might be able to win. I wish I had more potions to make it even a stronger team. But I don't. We're gonna have to go the team with its Old Master, Dragonite. And even though he's hurt, we'll go with Sizor. dragon power, water power, and a grass type. See what we get paired up against. Oh, he went with a Rhydon. It's a water type. He knew to pull it back immediately because I have a water type effect. Now it's electric versus water. This guy's evolved Eevee had to block it. That attack could have really hurt my guy. See how he does with my Hydro Pump. We're off to a great start. Oh, he put his rock type back out. Officially out of blocks. We will never be able to block another super powerful attack.
That was a failure. You failed. Did the live music make your playing better or worse?
Oh, way better.
Way better. So that's better than your usual game. So proof of concept here. So yes, new high score. See, now you know what's going on here. See, this is pretty fun. I'm gonna say bring down your sound effects a tiny bit in your phone. I'm gonna check the chat and see if anybody's still with us and how the audio quality is, and which I'm gonna do. Whoa, I'm sorry about the syncing microphone, guys. It makes me feel like I'm constantly getting lower and lower. Oh, you're back in the game. Let's get this. Oh yeah, people take pictures of the White House every day. Well, it's weird because normally the White House doesn't have these virtual creatures running around it. It's a security breach.
Well, it wasn't so much that people are like taking pictures of it. It was like Pokemon. I was trying to get it to do it here, where you can hold, like you were saying, an AR environment. You can hold your phone and then make your little Pokemon show up for you. See if my
it like shows up, overlaid on your.
Let's see if I can get him to appear here in my living room. Now it's doing the thing where it freezes and sometimes bugs out. And it's doing it now, sadly. But it causes you to, like hold your phone up and like look around and kind of appear to be acting pretty erratically. And when the first post started, hordes of people would show up at different places, especially when people didn't quite understand how the game worked. And there was a lot of,
I wonder, was it, there were a couple of tragedies, right? There were some some people getting in traffic that would blame it on it, and trying to think if there was anything.
I don't know how much of these were urban legends or
me either. If it was just like, obviously it's possible, but how?
Well, Pokemon fans are often maligned in the media. The most recent version is during the height of the pandemic and people kind of getting back into stay-at-home hobbies, there was a big resurgence across the board in trading cards. Whether it was sports or
that had a lot to do with non-fungible tokens too. I think is with the idea of making digital things that are finite.
Yeah, we'll also NFGs are interesting because they try to bake in a sense of rarity by creating unique versions of their NFGs. Which I'm not so sure morality-wise that makes sense.
Well, it's at least it adds a scarcity factor to it, That's the idea of a program, of a thing where, yes, it can be copied, but there's only one official copy. It's got interesting implications for everything from contracts to intellectual property.
Which people say is silly, but how many people hang a fake Mona Lisa on their wall? It's no problem to get a Mona Lisa.
It's just a problem to get the Mona Lisa.
Exactly. So that's what they think is baked into these things. I am not so sure. Short of people kind of doing a bigger AR experience in their everyday life, in which case you could invite people to see your NFGs in a virtual space.
They're really wanting to do that with the conversations about what do you call it, the multiverse or the metaverse. The idea that there's going to be a big augmented reality everything. I'm not certain that I'm very excited about that, but then the real world isn't exactly exciting either. So can you take your Pokemon to the White House? Maybe we'll get them and drop a non-fungible Pokemon off on the lawn. How much Pokemon you got in you? We can talk about our original discussion, or we can play Pokemon. I'm enjoying making this music, but I was thinking I could really soup it up with some vocoder.
I was really
You know,
hoping Team Rocket would show up to add a little drama.
How do you make them show up?
So
You got to challenge them.
You can.
It's real random, but like until this very moment, it was comically ever present, and now
They know
his
something.
draw. You know, they appear to be camera shy. You saw them earlier. You're like, hey, when we were first testing if we could do this.
Yeah.
I've done like all the most interesting things in the Pokemon game.
Okay. Well,
I would love to do this playing Star Trek Online.
yeah, we'll figure out a way to make that
yeah,
happen. Even if we just have to, we just it might take a step of streaming and restreaming. I read a couple of things about streaming Xbox games onto YouTube, but it sounded like it was more steps than we wanted to go through today. But definitely the Twitch to YouTube is a no-go according to Twitch and YouTube, and I don't want to have any issues. It's bad enough that I constantly get copyright stuff directed at me from myself, or CD Baby recommending me, which is kind of hilarious. Like, no, you have Paul Mercer's material here. You need to stop it. Like, okay.
But I am Paul.
They don't believe me. They do not believe me. There's no way I've found to prove that I'm me. It's kind of hilarious. It suits my sense of irony, but I can't even stop like suing striking myself for copyright violations. At least I don't get copyright strikes. They just insist on putting an ad on my video, which is okay because the money eventually goes to this guy Paul Mercer who says I'm ripping him off. I can't stop it. So, okay, as to our topic tonight, which was everybody's an expert. You were discussing earlier how it's kind of making the criticism that we found is less prevalent in music these days. People have broader tastes in music. They're less likely to judge you by the music you listen to, at least in a broad sense. People give a little more respect towards other people's musical tastes, even if they're not theirs. But you're saying you don't see that same kind of respect in other genres.
Yeah, I find it, the enlightenment that people have when it comes to the everyday person has when it comes to music. Like growing up, there was a lot of talk of like, I am a person that listens to rock and roll. And I am a person that listens to rap music. It was like
I was country before country was cool or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, there's always been people who went to their own drummer and liked everything, but it was like something you heard a lot. People would wrap up their identities in the type of music they listen to, and nowadays you don't see that as much. With music, but what you do see it in is like movies, comic books. There's lots of different kind of like niche spaces where people critique things, and they do a really bad job.
I find that the loudest voices are often the ones whose critiques you hear, and it's interesting how I'm not sure which bothers me more, the person who's so into something they don't understand any outside perspective on it, and their perspective is frozen in their own fetishistic adoration of their favorite thing, or the person who really doesn't know crap about what they're reviewing or talking about, so their criticism comes across as really misplaced. Like, why are you critiquing metal, this heavy metal band if you don't like heavy metal? That kind of thing.
Yeah, someone who chases critiquing specifically things that they know would bother them to begin with.
There used to be, and back when the local rag, the Creative Loafing, had reviews, I remember this. There were just, there was a reviewer who was constantly reviewing bands, and I was so always angry because he would review a band and it would just be a genre he didn't like. And so his review of the band, instead of being like telling you something about the band you might want to go, whether or not you want to go see them, would just be like, this crap heavy metal band sounds like heavy metal, which is to say it sounds like my toilet. And and it's just like, okay, you don't like heavy metal, but you're not really serving your newspaper. Or the heavy metal fans who might want to know whether this is a band they should see. Is there somebody else who can review the metal band if you don't like the metal bands? But
And I'm not so much mad at, poor reviews, like people who are doing a bad job. Everyone's got to start somewhere, and whatever reason you're giving for reviews. And I'm not even mad at performative reviews, like what you were just saying, kind of the like, I'm the trash guy and I'm here to take out the movie trash. Like,
I hate movies.
What irritates me is kind of like culture war megaphoning of
the political lens really bothers me.
Well, those critiques, it seems, are rising to the top because the critique that normally is like the one that wins out about a piece of art is the one the biggest reviewer gives. And I am seeing that the reviews that are rising to the top are often very controversial ones, very reductive, controversial reviews about a lot
They
of
provoke
things.
the most engagement, and the algorithms then decide that they are the best content because they provoke the most reactions. I think is part of what's happening.
And they're being astroturfed with by groups who are happy to see that type of review get a megaphone, or people who, there's a whole bunch of communities on YouTube and really all sorts of other social medias where it's very much driven, the little community is just angry at a handful of the biggest things in pop culture: Marvel, Star Wars, Harry Potter, Star Trek, all of the kind of banner things for nerds throughout the years. And because they attract specifically people who traditionally have a feeling of marginalization, for years and years and years, a lot of people are like, yeah, I'm a nerd. I don't.
Yeah. It's like Dungeons and Dragons. I can't get over the fact that it's so wildly popular when it was literally something that was, it was almost a badge of it was something you worried about people knowing because they would judge you on it. It's like.
Very much so. It's something that a lot of resurfacing nerds nowadays will tell you. There was the period where I was trying to live my life in a way where I wasn't seeking out comic books or watching the newest sci-fi movie, following the whatever Star Trek is on, or I missed out on Battlestar Galactica because I was doing something else. But now that I have kids or ex-job, I am doing it a lot more. So it's a really, really big group of people that is and that attracts kind of monsters, the people out there in the world who that thing that was really famous where they had the white supremacist march.
Yeah. In Charlottesville. Uh-oh, I think you said something that the algorithm doesn't like because now you're just making dinging noises. I think we did the wrong thing. You're gone. Let's see if I can get you back. Let me check the Zoom. Yeah, it's probably words we're not allowed to say now because even in a negative light. But yeah, it does seem to attract monsters.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello. I hear you a little. Please keep speaking.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a little quieter, but you're here.
Okay, well, that's weird. I don't know what happened.
Well, my understanding is we're not really allowed to have too much of a deep conversation on serious topics like that, because if you say certain things on certain platforms, you're censored, and even in a negative light, like we're trying to talk about, trying to explain a negative thing. I don't think that's necessarily what happened to your signal, but yeah, I can see. Wasn't "Suck It Up, Old Man" kind of a bit of a response to people trying to politicize the comics thing, because you kept finding all these people saying like they're making Superman not a man anymore, they're taking away our godly testosterone from Captain America and something like that. Oh, he's gone away. Sean Turcotte's gone away. I think that conversation's too hot. Too hot to handle.
Yes, what you were just saying. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you. Still faint, but it might just be in my headphones. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but yeah, you giving examples of like Captain America's lack of testosterone or Superman's are perfect. Would sound like comical examples, but I bet if you were to search those phrases, you would find 15-minute videos explaining why it's true.
Well, fluoride
and that's
is really
an example Alex Jones is explaining what it does to you.
They're taking
but like that's it. There's this low kind of like level political talk that masquerades as like artistic critique, and it is like dumb everything down, because, and why I say this is that often you go to real people who are really professional reviewers of things, and they will have to answer to the megaphone critiques in the world. They'll start out a review like, I didn't think the Green Lantern movie was anti-male. All right, now I'm going to talk about the silly film. Like that type of stuff that is showing up in real reviews as like, and it's also a problem with what we were talking about with superhero films and kind of things that children and adults both enjoy becoming so popular. Still there, Paul?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that there are all these viewpoints that are just desperately hungry for outlets, and it seems like they want to co-opt every outlet. Like I don't really feel like, comics have always been a marginalized community, but one of the things I loved about comics is it seemed to be a marginalized community of misfits, and no matter how they might have gotten along or not gotten along outside of that world, they had one thing to bond over, which was this comic book thing. So it was a uniter, and now it's like now that they're no longer so nerdy, nobody wants to be affiliated with them. Everybody wants to say, no, that's mine. That's my viewpoint. It's like celebrities playing Dungeons and Dragons, and there's like a lot of pushes to critique things that are kind of, I don't know what you'd say, kind of sacred calves, or something, I don't like the way that Dungeons and Dragons is violent. It's like, well, that's not. You don't have to have a violent Dungeons and Dragons game, but it was inherently violent from the beginning because it sprang from miniatures wargaming. It's kind of that thing. It's like when you move into a neighborhood because you really like the art and the culture there. Like say these apartments on the square in New Orleans and then you move in and then you're immediately angry that there's noise outside your window, even though the reason you moved there was to hear these really cool jazz bands and all the stuff going on, and it was such a cool scene. But now you're there, you want it to be like the place you left. It's like if you don't like it, maybe it's not the place for you. And I mean, there's enough comics are weighted with enough baggage as it is. I mean, there's some fascinating psychological profiles, and I'm not saying they're all positive or in any way, but they don't necessarily fit people's immediate stereotypes of or immediate things of what they think they should be. I mean, and I guess that's kind of depressing. So how politically leaning is Suck It Up, Old Man? I mean, I think obviously you're referring to the replacement of vacuum cleaners with Roombas.
But yeah, in the end, it's they talk about the life of robots. The idea is that you do a good enough job cleaning the house, because the day you don't join the dirty one stuff out of the trash. Very a dark, uh, proposition for them, or robots.
That is a dark.
The cycle of life and death we all live, right? And I kind of explore that with the vacuum, but it never gets overtly political. Though I am making fun of comics that do, because that was a part of the inspiration. There's a lot of comics out there that are saying like your Superman has been um, tainted by the liberal agenda, therefore by my comic, and it's a strong marketing tool to say, there's people out there, and you remember Spider-Man when you were a little boy? Well, they're ruining, and the
And
only
you won't
way you
believe
can
what they
fight
did to
back
Spider-Man.
buying my comic for $29. The best way that you can fight back, accept all credit cards now.
Yeah,
And
join the resistance. Buy my product is definitely a big deal. I mean, you it worked for the pillow guy.
very much so, people use it in uh, everywhere right now. Knitting was more popular. There would be YouTube channels explaining how, like, the old lady Beatrice, who everyone looks up to in the knitting community, is actually a commie, ruining everything.
I heard she
You
made
need to
George Soros' socks.
exactly. That would be the rumor immediately put out, and that's so I'm talking about it in my state because that's how it affects me. It's if everyone talks about what I'm talking about here, um, in the news, it happens all the time in the sense of like we all agree that X is the way it is, but we're forced to listen to the crazy minority who say Y. The guy who says 2 + 2 = 1 gets much time on air. Guy who says
Yeah, there's an I guess yeah there's a definite tilt towards giving. I understand a diversity of viewpoints being extremely important to discourse, but they don't all necessarily deserve equal weight. Um, and but nobody seems to be choosing them because of their how well reasoned they are. And even if there is a well reasoned discourse that somebody disagrees with, I don't see often uh, it changing anybody's mind, which is sad but true. What's your least favorite review you can think of? Your least favorite criticism of something maybe that we've all heard of or something like that.
I'll give something specific to comic books, like an example of just so silly on its face. What are we doing here? How can you just say that? And something that happens in comic books often is called the crossover event, right?
Hmm.
Not only does Superman need to be a part of this, so does Batman. And we did it, a story in Batman's book, a story in Superman's book. Now get the thrilling conclusion here in the Justice League book. So here's a story that spanned over 3 weeks, and it forced you to buy all three of these books in a cross promotion effort with the company. And so like there's always like, comic that financial cynical edge to it.
Well,
And people
you know,
will say, I don't like crossovers. That's a criticism held up to someone like I don't like crossovers because you have to buy more issues. So like if I was to ever say, criticism sometimes kind of leveled against Marvel comics, um, like they have too many crossovers. But what that sounds like to me is I'm no longer buying books from Penguin Publishing because they sell books that are longer, some books that are shorter. And get this, they want more money for the books that were longer. Like it sounds insane when break down this often put forth critique. And also, the artwork thing. Everyone can get away with being, uh, like art critic, pencils, colors. It's easy to, I know what I like. So like, it's very easy to criticize art in the comic book. Like the things I've given you are just it's examples of really basic, um, and these are more petty. Like oh, I wish rolling my eyes. I wish people would try harder when they, attempt to be a reviewer. I try very hard in my own review to try to talk about what I honestly like. I'll sit there thinking, really trying very hard to hear other people try it. Like, oh.
you have a very
But none of
eloquent
that.
defense
Sorry.
of Episode 1, which is probably the most maligned Star Wars film of all time.
I would argue that at this point, the Last Jedi is. Yeah, I've never seen a bad Star Wars movie. Every single person who ever has, who claims they have, they're always very excited to see the next.
Well, I will say that the one that you didn't like, your least favorite one, was one of the last ones I saw. I recently watched the Solo one on syndication, whatever, TV, Netflix, HBO, whatever. But
Oh yeah, you watched Solo?
yeah, and I didn't mind
What
that.
did you think?
I didn't mind it at all. It was pretty cool, and I like the Mandalorian, but I would say that your reasoning was really sound for why you liked and why you don't like stuff, and whether or not I agree with it. But I am the person who saw one that was just like, okay, that was enough for me. I'm not going to go wait in line again to see a Star Wars movie, and I didn't reach that point after 1, 2, and 3, and the horrible remasters of 4, 5, and 6. But I
Well,
did.
like Star Wars is the perfect example where all these things because they're so this all right. So there's people out there who right wing kind of like grifters will give money to promote reviews that are saying things,
Back the black.
praise Skywalker. Uh, well, yeah, like just a girl shouldn't be driving the Millennium Falcon. So there's that type of um, people that were upset, and it was a real criticism that came out of the Last Jedi. It was a very big feeling when you find out that Luke Skywalker is a really
Aaron
unique
really liked
thing.
it.
I'm sorry.
Aaron Lanterman really liked it. In our comments, I'm reading our comments since I'm not playing.
Oh, cool!
I can
I
do
need to
that.
open.
I've got to pop out.
Um, yeah, people were like understandably upset uh, when they found out that Skywalker was a big letdown. Now, this wasn't a bad thing that the movie did. Uh, it was just a story beat. It's just something that happened. It wasn't inherently a bad thing. It wasn't badly filmed or anything else. It was just something that in the story, I guess you could make an argument that was kind of silly, like the flashback. The point is, um, it's hard to critique other than say, like, it made me feel really upset, which was
That
the goal. It was actually really amazing because what happened was the director was trying to capture the "I am your father" moment. That's built into the cake of trying to make a Star Wars movie now. You have to do all the normal stuff. You have to make sure someone says, I got a bad feeling about this. You got to hire really creative people to do your special effects, props, and like these are all parts of the Star Wars cake. And one of the parts is you have to make the audience go, no. They've tried to do it in a bunch of different ways. I guess the Darth Vader is turning was pretty telegraphed, so it didn't really have as much of a punch as the original "I am your father." But that's what they were trying to do with the Luke thing, and it worked really, really well. But people were inherently just really bothered by that happening. And then when the loudest voices in the world were given the megaphone, that people are upset at it because of like, um, for like monstrous anti-social justice warrior reasons that were being put forth, and like the Star Wars community was being um, accused of just being really kind of like horrible people because at this point in time, with a combination of this piece of art that really made people feel uh, something horrible, which is in the second act of their story, something bad happened.
a
In
lot
the
of
middle
people
of the story,
didn't like Empire Strikes Back um, for a similar reason when it came out. They did not like the story arc. It made them upset.
you're
Um, it,
100% right. You can go back to the Rolling Stones article. You know, uh, Harrison Ford's like, "We're making another one. We're so sorry." Like, I hear a lot of people say that the last one didn't have an ending, or was a cash grab for toys. A lot of the same criticisms that aren't even completely off base are leveled at Star Wars now.
Dark
But
secret movies are cash grabs. That's why they call it the movie business.
very much, like Star Wars is not some pure amazing thing made to give the world hope. It's just it happens to also do
Now, I seem
that.
to. Maybe I'm confusing the Last Jedi. I don't think I saw. I'm not sure if I saw the Last Jedi. I get them all. They're jumbled up. I can't remember the last one I saw in the theater. What the after? It was the one that came out after the one that was the prequel to Star Wars that was didn't involve any Jedi. I really liked Rogue One. I
Rogue
really liked
One,
that. Yeah,
yeah.
but I remember
Oh,
now
Rogue.
there was one where Luke comes back and you were very disappointed in the character development of Luke Skywalker at the time. Is this the one I'm talking about where you kind of felt like blue was your favorite color because it was the color of Luke Skywalker's lightsaber and
Oh yeah, like I can understand why so many people were upset
because I think
about.
you initially had a visceral negative reaction to it.
Yeah, very much so. But I can now appreciate like someone who was scared of scary movies. Like what I was feeling was the intention, and so like,
Yeah.
and I think a lot of people had a hard time rationalizing um, that horrible feeling was what you were supposed to be given because it was a very bizarre punch. one that would be impossible to recreate. To have Luke Skywalker, who is a hero of like Western civilization, the most recognizable hero next to Batman, Spider-Man, so on and so forth. Luke Skywalker, the best of the best. Not only is the guy the best fighter, but he's also somehow also funny. Like he just got to beat everything. Um, and you were left with this amazing moment of him, throwing down the lightsaber and winning with the power of love. So like you can't ever top that. And then you come and you bring him back, and you're like, all right, guys, bad news. He stopped like saving the universe. Things, for complicated reasons, he is just a man. And that's designed to really let you down. This is a character who we watched countless video games about. He was always the best guy ever. Countless books, and it was like 30 years of being told like, "Hey, Luke Skywalker is the best hero to ever live." He's like in all the books, he's always depicted as being.
Now,
So
do you
it's
think
just very
not in the moat
unique.
in God's eye? I read that. He and Leah.
Where he
Yeah, I read that. I read that when I wasn't able to go see Empire Strikes Back. They had it in the library at Suter E Elementary, and he and Leia they kind of infer that they get it on then, because I don't think it was written in yet that they were brother and sister. But do you think the people who are most upset about this are people that are older, that maybe grew up with Luke Skywalker and had those pivotal experiences early? Do you think it matters as much to people who are watching the whole series now, because he's not as baked into their universe?
That's what I'm saying. That just like it was uniquely depressing.
Uniquely depressing. Yeah. Uniquely depressing could be a sister channel to aggressively relaxing.
It's true. It's talking about really horrible. But yeah, like I understand why it sucks that Luke Skywalker, let down everyone. And what is very interesting about it is that he did. It wasn't that he did bad stuff. It was that in his 40s he's like, fuck it. I'm not doing anything else anymore. I already saved the galaxy once. What more do you want? Yeah, a very realistic kind of take on the what would happen. It was a man who had these moments in his life, and other things happened in his life. You got to see that. Like, yeah, not every single day the rest of his life Death Star. He got depressed. Something was good. Something was bad.
When you have a high midi-chlorian count, sometimes you get a seasonal affective disorder. I mean, you grew up on Tatooine, doesn't get the same amount of sunlight, same seasons.
I judge Jedi by their depressed Jedi period. That's how I judge you as a Jedi. And there was a guy named Kanan. He was played by Freddie Prinze Jr. He's one of the best Jedi ever because he had a very short, depressed Jedi. Yoda was depressed for like 30 years. Same thing with Obi-Wan. They went horribly long depression stints. And then Luke followed in their footsteps. And that's why Rey, Jedi Master Rey Skywalker, greatest Jedi to ever wear the robe, is because she took a weekend, and then she got herself together, and then she went back out and fought evil like you're supposed to.
Man, so I'm gonna on this note, I think we're running the end of our time frame here. I'm gonna play a little song here. It's going to be a test of the algorithms, and it's related to Star Wars. I wrote this a couple of years back. I mean, and it is a lot of John Williams themes. And my guest tonight is aggressively relaxing. Sean, his comic is Suck It Up, Old Man. His channel is aggressively relaxing on YouTube, and he's an all-around fascinating person. And We're going to pick up this conversation at a future date. Sean, you're welcome to stick around after the song if you like. If you want to play some more Pokemon, I will play music to it. Otherwise, I'm going to play a song related to Star Wars. It's about the Emperor. And when I come back, I'll play into the wee hours until we all go to sleep. Thank you very much, Sean, for joining me. Hello?
Hey, thank you so much for having me. Yeah. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Again, not the end. Thank you so much for having me. I love chatting with you.
Man, fantastic. And we really need to get you and D Master J in the same episode to like seriously nerd out. I just want to do special nerd trivia or something because you both have these well springs of knowledge. And let's have you back here really soon. And like I said, I'm going to text you here in a second. I'm going to take a break, grab a drink. And this song is called Dark Side. I made it for a performance that I did with Evil Sarah. And it should catch the algorithms. I will, I'll text you. And if you're bored and up late and want to play Pokemon, I will throw that on the screen while I'm playing. But it's going to get dark in here. Why am I not faster with this credit music? I'm going to get really slick with this one day. I wonder if you can just have an AI be your producer. That would be awesome. All right, this song is Dark Side. My guest is Sean from Aggressively Relaxing. And you're listening to the one and only F-Hole.
Operational when your friends arrive.
Base of action. Your journey towards the dark side will be complete.
And you're listening to the F-Hole. I'm your delay. That looks like a human being. Slightly. I'm Paul Mercer, and I'm your host. And your echoes, yeah. So it's that time when I just play music until one of us passes out first. So we'll get you through the night, and I'm going to go back to my thing and see if anybody answered my question. No, of course not. Let's see. Okay. Anybody have a mood or a texture they're interested in hearing? I'll be glad to play it. Otherwise, I'm just going to play. That's what I'm going to do. So, here we go. Thanks all of you who are tuned in or have tuned in or will tune in later. This is what I do to stay in the game a little bit. I do have a gig coming up, a private show in California at the end of the month, and I'll be doing some electronic music alongside my violin work. Apologies for not so much violin work on the F-Hole. A bit of timing issues and some need to practice all of this other gear stuff has left me in a very electronic mode for a while. But I kind of flip around. I'm going to be interfacing the violin with my Ableton Live rig for this show and doing some hopefully new and fun stuff. I'll put my interesting backdrop on here, which looks like, all sparkly weird. Yeah, that thing. And gonna mess with my templates here, and I will check and see if anybody's there in a bit. But if you're there and listening, I hope you enjoy whatever the heck this is. And yeah, it's the F-Hole. Feel free to chime in if there's anything you want to hear.